Hi. Hey, what's up? It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 11:56 a.m. on a Wednesday. It's 81 degrees out. It's 9:03:25. That's a September 3rd, 25. Looking at the clock, we see 11:56 on a Wednesday, 81 degrees, 9:03:25. Thank you so much for your time. Tune in. What's up, guys? So I am here to play some video games. I woke up at 8 a.m. I cuddled with my cat for half an hour. I got up. I walked from 8:30 until 10:30. I took a shower. I walked for 5 miles. Let's see if I can pull it up on my thingy without turning it off. There we go. Yeah, maybe I can get better at doing this. There we go. Oh, I moved the camera. I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. Hey, it's my Facebook photo. So 5.84 miles in 2 hours and 30 minutes. 5.84 miles. So doing pretty good. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I guess that's it. I'm going to drop it off the big face. I'm going to play some video games. I hope you guys enjoy. There we go. And I am on the Fallout 76 today. I am on the Once Human today. And the EVE Online. Let's just get on these games. I have been torn. I'm talking torn. I'm gonna do the YouTube deep dive on Borderlands 4. I'm sure there's a Borderlands community. I'm torn about buying Borderlands. I really just don't know. I almost bought it right now today. But I know that I won't play it unless I can get it DMCA free or on Epic or Xbox. Borderlands 4 will not be on Xbox Games Pass at launch. Another extraordinary update on Abrego Garcia. That's cool. Anyways, I am... Oh, my camera. Sorry, there we go. I am torn about Borderlands 4. I spent like the last hour just tearing myself about whether or not I will buy this game. What's new in Borderlands 4? Because I need to know. I'm gonna go to Jita. Oh, I was gonna change my title, I think. So I can just throw this in there, or no? No, I'll just go back.
Welcome to Fallout 76. This is Jim. In this video, we're going to take a look at completing daily challenges. Welcome to Fallout 76. This is Jim. In this video, we're going to take a look at completing daily challenges for today, Wednesday, September the 3rd, 2025. Let's take a look at it and see what we got for today. Alright, we get some good ones here. I have many videos on my channel that I hope you get guys out, making different ideas, different locations, easy areas, hard areas, over there. If you're ready to make a new player to the game, a returning player, even if you're an experienced player, just particular daily weekly challenges giving you a hard time or trouble, I'm sure you'll find a video on my channel that'll help you. Try to keep my videos as updated as I possibly can. Of course, you guys are awesome with the great comments and tips, which I really appreciate. If you wonder why I slightly more score than you, take a look at the top right hand corner of the screen. I have a 30% boost. Now 5% you can claim right off the current season 22 season pass right on the first page. It is a 5% boost. You can claim that by being a Fallout First member or by paying the 1,500 atoms for the season pass. The 25% comes from drinking a score booster drink just yesterday. I started these a little bit later in the day, so as you can see there, it's kind of grayed out there. I don't know if you can see it or not, but it says 6 hours left on that score booster drink, which of course gives us an extra 25% for 24 hours from which the time you drink it. It's pretty awesome. I'll definitely take it. Alright, let's take a look at these challenges here, Jim. Take a look at this one here first. Gain XP 2500. So this one here is a lot easier to do than you think, especially if you're brand spanking new to the game. So you can build things in your camp, craft things at your workbenches, and go after a bunch of enemies, have some fun, and you can definitely gain some XP. Now always remember, the higher the level the enemy is, the more XP you're going to get. I usually find thrashers, the giant turkeys down in the Skyline Valley region. I find they are great for XP. It's usually about 4 or 5 of them that hang out right here at the research site in Nevada. 100% guaranteed.
Cool, I want to go see new content areas. Yeah, that's cool. Gotta go wash my dish. I'll be right back. Oh God. Am I being attacked? I am. Nice auto lock.
A spot for them, so it's a nice little spot for those guys if you want to wander down here. Now, you can help yourself out a little bit to gain XP a little bit faster by taking lunch boxes, alright? So if you open up your good boy, and then open up your good boy, they go under item here. Then you go under aid, lunch boxes should be there, okay? So the lunch boxes you would have gathered over the...
Excuse me for just a second. I'm getting a phone call. I'm sorry, guys. Be right back. Just 5 minutes here. I gotta go do something. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that, guys. Just doing real life stuff and getting all the chores and household stuff out of the way. I am a productive member of a household now. Sorry, just a bit distracted. I'm gonna get something to drink. Was out there in the sun doing a whole bunch of stuff, moving glass bottles and shit around. Oh, I gotta turn on my ceiling fan. Okay. Okay. Back to it. Probably online now, which is good. I guess I only made it 15 minutes in before I was completely hijacked. 15 minutes to the minute.
So we're just going to take 2 of them here. Go back in here. Now, if you don't have any lunch boxes and you're a lower level player brand new to the game, you can always join a public event here in the wasteland. And usually during public events, there'll be higher level people.
Oh, it's like 85 degrees out.
We would use the odd lunchbox or two, so you don't even have to be friends with them or on a team. as long as you're within the area, you can gain the benefits of those lunch boxes. You can buy your own lunch boxes as well if you go to the Atomic Shop. Now, I don't do this myself, but I like to still show people that where they are available. Down here in the utility section, sometimes they do go on sale, and I highly recommend getting them when they do go on sale, because they're good to have. But you can, just buy one for 50 atoms if you so wish. Now, every day there is a free item under the featured section. You go down here to special offers. Now today just happens to be a free carry weight booster. Look at that bad boy. A free carry weight booster. But sometimes there will be lunch boxes in here, so even if you play for the game for about 5-10 minutes, I always recommend people to come down to this section, claim your free item, because sometimes it's 250 caps like it was yesterday, or perfect bubblegum, and great stuff down here, and the odd lunch box or two. So it's a way to do it that way as well. And another last way, of course, you can always join a team or start a team. So right out the map screen, top right hand corner, you go social. So you can create your own team or join a team. Now, if you're doing this just for the XP, just kind of wander around solo, I highly recommend doing events, casual exploration. You will get bonus XP for that. If you do daily ops, raids, or expeditions, there's an expectation to do those. Okay, but if you just go solo, just having fun playing the game, and just kind of wander around, events or casual, even I don't think you get a whole lot of XP for that one, but you see the other ones there you get XP for. That's another thing you can do, start your own team or join one of those teams, right? So we have that one tracked there. So let's go back. Let's go back to that Atomic Shop for a second. Special offer section. Look at that bad boy there. Right on Slock and Joe's Coffee Meets right by itself. So I own this one. This is the OG one. We got this one like 3 years ago. I'm pretty sure, like back in 2023. It is first time we ever got a coffee machine here in the game. And yeah, this is the OG one here. I actually have a video on this. The video's a little rough, but we'll pass it with like 4 canned coffee while you play the game. And canned coffee also count as collect and drink or eat pre-war food. It's great. It's great for the AP. You guys see me use it all the time, especially when I'm looking to fly a great distance with my jetpack. I'm telling you, canned coffee, it's well worth their weight in gold, this little guy. So hopefully he's on sale for everyone, but that's pretty awesome. But if you already have a coffee machine, like one of the other variants, there's no point getting this one. This one is just the OG one. If you have another variant, they're just reskins of this guy. But you can only have one coffee machine in your game. So I'm glad
Kitty.
Glad I went to that page. That's pretty cool. All right.
Sleep okay?
Here, Jim. We have that one here tracked, so as we kind of do things, it'll be kind of tracked as we kind of go along here.
Hey!
All right, build anything in a workshop or camping,
be careful,
free camp 10. All right, so again, a couple different stipulations here.
Hello, lady.
Pick a workshop. Any workshop is fine. The one closest to you, your favorite one, go ahead and claim it. Go ahead and build anything, but it must be in free camp mode. Now, I do have some older videos showing you how to get into free camp mode. It's the same process as this new building system that we have here today. Okay, it's the same thing, but we'll kind of go through it here again today. So we're just going to do right here in our camp, and of course it says build anything at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to build something in the crafting section, which doesn't cost any resources.
There we go.
Sorry, Kitty. Build.
Come back.
All right, so let's pop on down here. Now again, I recommend if you don't plan on keeping it, kind of build it in an area where you don't want to accidentally scrap something by mistake. Like don't build these in a building or in a prefab, because you do have the chance to accidentally delete that entire thing. I've definitely done it before, all right? So that's when you don't plan on keeping it. All right, so let's go. We're going to go to our build menu here. Right, now we have to be in free cam mode. So again, you see the bottom of the screen, it says toggle camera. Whatever button that is for you, that's what you select. And you see that pop up on the top screen, so you can see a little camera there with some wings on it. That's how you know you're in free cam mode. So you have to be in that mode to build anything to get credit for this challenge. If you just saw our yesterday's weekly challenge video, we were planting those corn in my camp.
Oh, look at the kitty.
Everything was going good until I realized, wait, what's going on there? Oh, you have to be in free cam mode. So they weren't counting because I wasn't in free cam mode. But just to kind of show you that you have to be in that mode. Kind of fly up. There's a little dude down here. All right, so let's kind of float down here a little bit.
Kitty.
Now, if we go under resources here,
Oh,
And
you
if we go under
kitty.
crafting, so this is where all of our crafting tables are. And we can build anything at all. So you see these punch card machines, they cost nothing to build, nothing at all. You're only limited by the number of these you can build in your camp. Right, so we're just going to go ahead and build a bunch of them here. And again, it costs absolutely nothing, and everyone can build these, everyone at any level.
What level is he? I love the giant teapot. Oh, special kitty. I love you. Special K. Oh, I love you, kitty. I love you. Kill enemies in the forest region. That must be a daily? Yeah. Oh. Oh, it's a cute kitty. Aw. Did you screw up? I think you did. You're so annoying. Hi, lovely kitty. That Scourge piece does not want to fight. It's like a dragon flying by. It just didn't want to fight. I don't see how 76 isn't like considered to be the greatest game of all time. It's so much better than Skyrim because of shit like that. Because it's online, you can play with like 50 people if you want, or whatever, 20, 30 people. You can play with up to like 25 people or something. This is looted, probably because of the T thing, which is so... No, this isn't looted, no. One of the nice things about custom is nothing is ever looted. Tesla Science 7, cool. U.S. Army goes to space. Oh, right, I moved the camera. I'm sorry, there we go. I fixed it. Tesla Science Magazine, there we go. I was just trying to get my kitty. Put this like that. You want out, kitty? Yeah, you do. Yeah, go outside. It's a wonderful day. Go get some shade with my mom. Yeah, she's up there. She probably will me. Go see her. Yeah, it's a lovely kitty. You're my best friend. In or out, kitty. In or out. Yeah. Bye. Much better. The kid can just rest there for that. Farted. Okay, what I do? I guess I go sell and chop tree. Did I pick up some tea? Let's go. Oops. And it's like auto-locking every container. It's a good day. I think I'm going to skip buying Borderlands 4 because I know that I don't want to buy it on Epic. Right? I don't know. Maybe it is a good game for Epic. Fucking combat music like lingers so long. I hate it. I hate the combat music. Oh, cool. The survival syringe just fills up your shit. What's it do? Energy gun crit damage. Nice. I love 76. I've always thought it was one of the greatest games ever made. It's fun to return to it on like a new FOV and new content coming and stuff. Maybe I can do the voice. I just want it turned way, way down. Yeah, it's there. It's just not very loud. I still didn't get any fucking tea. How is there no tea in the teapot? That's so dumb. Come on, man, I need tea. Glance around this place one last time, but I don't fucking see it. Potato crisp, not tea at the fucking tea kettle. So dumb. And this is why I don't really like developers very much. Like oftentimes, I couldn't make a game like this and not play this content over and over and over again, without not seeing the problems and being like, yeah, I want tea in the tea kettle. You know, you have a house teapot. And a Raider's strengthened thing and like vases and all types of shit. But you don't have tea. You don't have tea at the teapot, which is so goddamn dumb. It's just like, why? Why put tea in the fucking game if it doesn't have a theme or... I don't know. Like... Maybe there's tea at the needle. Or sorry, the water tower. I don't know. Nope, no tea. So I guess I can make company tea, but that's a whole nother shebang of fucking like hassle, so we'll go deal with that. And maybe once I've dealt with it, I don't ever have to deal with it again. I want to move my camp. Yeah, why not? Okay, I think where I want to build my base is on top of this thing. I dinged. They made it like Starfield, that's awesome. Okay, here's the entrance to my base now. I live elevated where the turkeys can't get to me when I pop out. And we'll farm these all the time, and we'll run over to Camp Liberty or whatever for humans and such. This is a good place to get stuff. Yeah, we're going in here to do something along the lines of daily stuff. Kill a death claw, scrap junk to produce antiseptic, gain XP, build a generator in a shelter. So I gotta put a generator down. We can do that. Okay, generator down. Question is, where do I put it? I like that they improved the building system. It's awesome. Oh, look, she's got 2 stacks of dark clusters. Go make some sales. It's a vault power bank. The tater generator is 3. Tater generator. Tater generator. It's free. I know I own more generators than this. Where is my... I guess in this mode we can't get certain things. Well, so at least the nice thing about this is it doesn't take up any room, which is good. Okay, there's this one. See what else there is. $43 for dark clusters. God damn. $22 for wind. Well, there was 105K or something right there. Okay, so we have next build anything in a workshop or camp in free cam. So we'll put generators down at a PvP event. Yep, and that's all the ones that I need to know. Scrap junk to produce antiseptic. Okay. Well, I haven't scrapped in a long time, so let's see if I just get... well, I guess one of the things I should do is put down a stash box. Okay, camp pieces. We're looking for... oh, nice shelters. Yeah, I'm looking for resources, crafting... Yeah, I'll put this down. Okay, and then I want a storage and a scrap box. Oh, I got my aid box. Nice, aid box is good. So we'll put that right... Oh, I don't know. Where can I place this? You're not letting me... Let's go free camera. Whoa, camera is very sensitive. And here's an ammo box. We'll put that right here. Oh, lossless is on. Oops. I am stuck, like full stuck. I can't move. I can jump, but I can't move. And it's so dumb. I don't know why I would waste time on this place if it's just going to steal my fucking time like this. I can't move. Gonna get my GTA daily stuff. Now I can move. I don't know why, but I can suddenly move again. And move perfectly. Some reason. Maybe alt-tabbing or something? I don't know what it was. Look, it's an interaction with something else. I don't know what it is. Did I already do this? Oops, yes I did. And now suddenly I can like move around freely, no problem. Something changed. I don't know what it is. Something really changed though. I don't know. It like now I'm totally fine that I can build in here freely. I don't know what it is. Some kind of weird glitch though. I'll figure out what the behavior is and try to figure out. But anyways, let's go look at lights. Let's make this room way more interesting. It used to be frames would get so shitty that I didn't want to do all this. That's gonna kill my Final Fantasy, huh? No, maybe not. So, ceiling lights. Mid-century disc light. Elegant chandelier. Wow, this thing's really bright. Oh, okay. It has to be on that thing. Now I can't move again. I'm locked in again. Ugh. Why? Why? You were doing so good there for a second. Oh, now you're like all messed up. You were like perfectly moving around there. Well, anyways, I will open up the thing. Fires. What's that thing? Oh, it's a tiki torch. Orange flame tiki torch. Okay. Green, blue, red, purple. Blue. Green. Lamps. Oh yeah, this was off cool blue light. Put one of those down. Potato lamp. Damn, that thing's really bright. Let's get one. Let's get these. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Oh, you're so annoying. I don't want to get locked in this fucking room anymore. Just leave.
survival and combat skills will improve. In the future, remember to collect more mods. If you pair them well, they can have even stronger effects.
Oh, I had to be in the camera. money. Oh no, Air Daily. I wish you would keep the damn opportunities thing on my bar. Because it's so annoying, I forget it all the time. And also the NES, I wish you would tell me about the NES. $100,000 skill points, advanced boost, cerebral, agency support job, and basic glamour X booster. Nice. I wonder how much 500 Plex is. $78, $73. Plex and Jita. Plex 500 at 5690. What's 500 and 600? Oh, sorry. What's 5,690,000 times 500?
That would be 28 million.
What's 5,690,000 times 500?
It's 2,840,000.
2.84 bill. And I could get all that extra stuff that's on the booster in a month. 2.84 bill. I've been working pretty good on the HyperNet. And I'll get 100,000 skill points, 30-day Omega, an advanced boost cerebral accelerator, which is a nice thing. 2 agency support jobs, which I don't even know what those are. A basic Glamour X booster. Oh, it's a booster. It's a booster package. Okay. For 2.84 bill, I could buy a month. I mean, I've been saving on the HyperNet, and I have money. I have 9 bill. $2.84 bill, which would be like a third of my whole liquid. I mean, I would get a month. I would get a month out of it. I don't know. I don't think I need to do that. I like my ISK. That's fine. Oh, I forgot you could do that. It's hard to see it. I wish it would highlight. That's going to confuse their pathing a fuck ton. Anything that comes. And then the piece de resistance, which is a turret platform right here that just goes up about 4 fucking stories or something. That just shoots 8 turrets in a big fucking circle all around that just kills everything. We need camp pieces, foundation. No, I need it to be flat. Yeah, like that. And then, yep, just like that. Then I need wall. No, I'm gonna need a wall, like a good stone wall. Or even like that. Yeah, like I don't mind that actually. It's kind of cool looking or whatever. So I want you to snap. Nope, not free, but snap. Yeah, there. Do I have that one? No. I want you to filter by buildable, filter by known. So walls. Don't have too many walls, but there, that's a good wall. Nope. I want you to disable filter known. Filter buildable. There. Two. 3. Then we go back and we go roof. Go. And then we go toggle camera. Come back down. Yep, and we come over to defense. Turrets. Heavy laser turrets, huh? 6 of them. Okay, I live in the new DLC land now. I got a pretty good wall. It's gonna stop any onslaught or anything that comes. It's enough building for the daily. Drink tea. Oh, do I have a company coffee maker? I don't know. Let's find out. I am looking for... Oops. Why would the blue 9-ball table be in surfaces? I'm looking for my coffee. Oh, sorry, my tea machine. Company tea machine. Can I search? No, there's no search on. Shit. Beehive, budding apothecary, mixomatic, chicken coop, company tea machine. There it is. I found it. It was in resources. Yay. Okay, company tea machine. Down here where we have some flat land, I'm going to put a whole bunch of like resource stuff so I can just farm stuff if I need. Company tea machine. Concrete, various herbs, honey. Honey's a good one. Various herbs. Fertilizer, company tea, wood, fish. Wood is good because you can get like, you know, yeah, one wood. Fish. Hey, the fish can only be placed in water. Okay, well I don't live by water, so. Games covered. It's board games. This produces board games. Nuka-Cola candy. Nuka-Cola mystery machine I do want. I like these, and I want it up here too. Because that's often an achieve as well. So we'll put this up where I definitely do hit it. There we go. And, yep. Brahmin items. Candy is sometimes pretty good to do as well. Quantum And normal. Yep, and then there's Brahmin items, canned coffee. Coffee is good too. We'll put it right by the other, by we'll put the coffee machine down too. Oh, I didn't buy the Slocum's coffee machine. What does coffee do? Produces canned coffee over time. I should buy the Slocum's machine for $250. Unlock now. I bought the Slocum's machine. Nice. Cool. I didn't know I needed to buy it, but hey, we got this. This is cool. Spoiled fruit, adhesive. Okay. So... Ooh, baseball explosive is great. Company team machines. So that'll unlock this daily. We'll come back here in a little while. Let's do some... Crit rate 9%. Yeah, I mean it's good. I'm like standing on top of a crafter and it's really loud. I'm gonna like go over here where it's not so fucking loud. I'm resistant to paying these people money who locked me out of other games, and I don't think I want to. I'm probably going to steal Borderlands 4 because I know it's going to lock me out unless I buy it on Epic. I don't want to buy it on Epic. I want to buy it on Steam. I don't want to pay $80 for it. I'll buy it on Steam later for like $30. I will buy it. I just don't want to buy it right now. And I've been thinking about I just sent the PayPal payment over the $100 that was on my PayPal from last quarter's payment from you guys who have been sending me video game money and stuff like number two sends me money all the time. I love number two. Thank you, number two. I just transferred $100 off of my PayPal so I could buy Borderlands 2, but I'm having buyer's remorse before I buy it because I know that I'm not going to play Borderlands every day. I know I'm not, and I have a family to support. The economy is getting worse. Buying $80 video games sends the wrong message. Pre-orders send the wrong message. I want to buy it on Epic, but then I can't track my hours on Steam. I think Epic could go tits up, but I don't think Steam ever will. And so it's like I'd rather buy it on Steam, and it's just kind of like, it's iffy. It's kind of corpo. I feel manipulated. I want to buy Borderlands 4 so I can play it with other people, but I don't think I need to do that. I don't think I need to play Borderlands 4 with other people. I'll buy it if somebody wants me to play it, but I don't think I need to buy it. Also, it won't be on GeForce Now probably right away anyways. It'll probably be, it might be like might actually be on Borderlands. Let's go look at what they say about GeForce Now. That's the other thing. I'll probably just steal it because I'm going to run it in the background. Right? I'm going to run it in the background until I beat it. I don't care about the achieves of Borderlands 4, and when it gets cheaper, I'll buy it, right? And I'll try to get legitimate achieves. Okay, so I want to go look at other dailies. I like the Fallout 76 dailies. They're fun. 3 daily challenges. Drink tea. I'll get that one too. XP is going to be soon. Kill a deck claw. Scrap junk to produce antiseptic. So let's go see what that dude had to say about that.
in a septic 5. So we've had this one pop up quite a bit the last 2 weeks, I would say.
I don't know if this is actually loading. It should have
unfortunately,
loaded
is
by
not
now.
a junk item,
I think
which we
it's...
can use the bulk and scrap method. So let's take a look at that really quick. Holding back.
Oh yeah, so I didn't put down a stash box, I guess. If I'm standing at the base, I do want to put down like a storage thing. It seems like I'm having problems with controls. Oh no, I'm walking. Oops. Oh no. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Okay. I don't know, that ammo, I think it actually does take weight, and I probably will just store it all away, the ones that I don't use. So we will put this... I guess storage I'll do in here, because it's a little bit more thematic. Oh, that's a cooler machine, but oh well. My favorite stash box is that. Wait, where'd you put that? Oh well, I'll put it down here. Okay, there's a scrap box. Hopefully I get what I needed just off this. Yeah, antiseptic. There we go. That was my other daily. So, if I don't ever need scrap, I could just sell it all. Yeah, it's always free to craft. So, I mean, I could just sell this all for caps each day. Or I could just bulk. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's endless storage, but I mean, it is caps. Let's go get the caps for all this. I don't really see why not. Or whatever junk I can sell. Yeah. So, let's go to Nuka-Cola, I guess. Switch it up a little bit because I've been going to the mall a lot. I guess I can't do proc spawn. It's just too much harassment for such an AFK player anymore. It's sort of sad. It's one of the reasons why I came to custom, but it is fun to turn on from time to time. It's fun. It's way good to be able to turn it on later when you're completely done with the storyline and you're just doing like dailies and stuff. It's really good then when you have like no pressure to do quests or anything. I have a lot of pet food Zeta, and I think I would like to store it and just send it when I need it. So I'll have her carry it around, I guess. That's sort of dumb, but look, there's a lot of money in giant bird plumes. I know where a bunch of them are. Right? Or I don't know. I could go to Valley of Sorrows. I want to go to Ashura. I want to go back to Ashura and like play my Final Fantasy XI retail character. But also I know that like I don't know. I don't know. I think I want to wait for some kind of development first. I love this song. Okay, so I want to sell you junk. I love this place because you can just warp to a vendor, no problem. And it's not even that much that you can sell. I mean, I could just live here. I should have just maybe set up right here. I mean, that base is cool for, like, putting stuff down. Eh. Just another base, you know, there's nothing really wrong with it. Transfer unused. Yeah, all those 40mm. I don't want to carry those around. And then, oh, yeah, do I have... Oh, I do have a level. I got a level. Gee, I don't know. Strength, bash, or gun bashing. Ooh, take... Blocker seems like a reasonable thing, but also I would prefer to finish perception here. Gain more vast accuracy based on your perception, which is awareness. Yeah, I need awareness, yeah. But can I put an... Oh, God, I don't have enough points. Ah, son of a bitch, I don't have enough points. Well, let's do awareness. Can I put another down ranger? Oh, I can. Oh, wow. Wait, can you double stack? Oh, no, no, you can't. So... I could do down ranger and crack shot. That is viable. And awareness. Yeah, that's good. And then we'll finish out perception. I want to get to level 300 on custom because it's easy. It's easy to get levels here. Okay, that was all the stuff I couldn't sell. Man, I'm feeling productive on Fallout 76. It's weird that I haven't felt that way in a while. I don't know, a lot of this other stuff I could stack in the box, and I think I will. I'll just go see if I got any other stacks up. God, MMOs take so long. So what else? I think I need to produce a new level of armor, which isn't that hard. And I'm going to start just taking random rolls. I don't really care. On weapons I care, but armor I don't truly care. So light armor level 20? Yeah, we do. We need to make a leather chest piece. Let's just make like 100 of these and strip them until we get like all of the things for them. Just make a fuck ton of these. Yeah, just make a bunch of them and then just... I'll do it piecemeal. I'll be like, okay, now break these, break these, break these. So we have lots and lots of stuff. I want to crack all of it. I want to crack everything that isn't law. I want to sort by value. Yep, which is all the stuff I'm wearing, I think. Yeah. Lock, 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 lock. So good, I can just break all this. So... Oh yeah, is that all the new stuff? Yeah, all the new stuff would actually make it easier. Pneumatic, whatever that means. Lead lined. I wanna lock these things that are favorited. Lock, 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 lock. Oh, I don't have that one equipped. Yeah, but it's level 5. But I mean, it is good. That one's good. It's got like good damage. It's better than these. Yeah, I don't have that one, huh? Yeah, well, like, okay, so I'll fix it. 2-shot auto pistol. Oh, I don't know. That might be really good too. That's like 46 damage spray, which is better than this, yeah. Lock, lock, lock. And now I want you to just start cracking. And seems like there... Oh, there's a scattered laser rifle, which is just always... I don't know if it's always, but it's like, I don't know. Those are pretty good. I could take the scatter off of it and convert it to a normal rifle. I'm gonna keep it. No, I need the scraps so I get something new. This pool cue gets cracked. Maybe I should just play my main. You know, there's more to do on my main. This custom's hella fun, and I'm glad I did her to like 20 and stuff, but maybe I should work on my main. All this work in custom, it doesn't really go anywhere. It is unlocking, challenges, and I could do all of this on both characters. Kill a Declaw, drink tea. Let's go back to my base and see if tea produced. So what happens if I go to Bavaria? What happens? Maybe I should buy, just get merit with my Black Mage, because it is faster and easier. Cool, it is a cool base, and I can just jump over the wall. Yep, jump over the wall, and they can't get in. They can't get past this. Nothing else can get past. Nothing can get at me up here. So itchy. Canned coffee, company tea. Company tea. Canned coffee. Nice. Now, oh, I need my boost. No, you're not giving me the full boost that I want. Oh, you son of a bitch. Yes. Gotta go kill a Declaw, and I'm gonna get all the dailies done. Maybe I'll go do it on my main, too. Maybe I should just play my main, but the custom can get higher, but... I mean, really, wouldn't it be more impressive to have levels on the main server? I don't know. Anyways, I am trying to go kill a Declaw. We'll go to Declaw Island. One of the nice things about custom is the mobs are never taken, the frames are always good. Like, it doesn't really matter. You do make season progress, so who cares? And then, I mean, you can always just go to your main when you're done with it. Like, custom does get sort of like, I mean, it does get boring, but it's, I don't know, I could just beat the whole game on custom and get the rest of my achieves there. But also, I don't think achievements qualify in custom, which is another reason to just play main like custom. I just get better at main. I don't know. I'm at Declaw Island. I love the new FOV. It's changed the game for me. It's changed a bunch of games like New World and Fallout 76. They're all getting like FOV changes to feel more like Rust and a little bit more like less like Bethesda. Oh. Whoa. We're just gonna take some chems here. Probably some more too. What? Oh, you killed me the second I met it, you piece of fucking horseshit ass cocksucker mob. Come on, man. Give me 3 seconds to buff through your crappy ass menu full of bullshit and terrible frames. Come on, man. Did I lose all those? I did. I lost all of it except the super, okay. God damn it, you're so annoying in company T. But all the rest of it I lost, which is so fucking annoying. You're so fucking annoying piece of shit ass developer. Cocksucker ass developer. Now I'm out of MedX. Oh, to allow the consumption of locked items. Okay. It does look awesome. Even for an MMO, the combat's good.
Any takers workbench is fine, just
There we go. There was the last of the 2 dailies done. Rank 6 achieved. Now there's weeklies, and then gain XP is the last one. We got to gain XP, so we'll go back down to. Oh, I'll go sleep real quick in my base. And then I'll go and I'll take a lunchbox, and then I'll go kill turkeys, and I'm done with XP. And that's the last of the dailies on this character. Now I want to go see if my main character has the same set of dailies. Maybe different characters have different sets of dailies. I think they probably do. And I want to keep a custom and a main character. Okay. Now, I would like to take this stuff, yep. And then, what else? I came here to catch a sleep buff. Then, nice. Come into storage. I'm gonna dump stuff in the box just to see if anything stacks. Nice. Stack of dark crystals. Stack of dark clusters. Nice. Another 50k. Making so much money. Ice clusters. Beetle shell. Cotton cloth. Gonna make some money here. It's not bad. Not bad. I want to buy Dex rings, but they're so goddamn expensive. But I will. I'll buy Dex rings. Maybe a dust belt. Dust set, maybe. I don't know. Okay, got my XP buff. Oh, these guys maybe don't spawn here now that I did this. That's okay. We'll go to Camp Liberty. They'll give me XP. Almost there. Lost her good XP. I like the 2-shot because it's super good. And there's my last daily. Last 2 dailies, excuse me, or whatever it is. This comic can almost be more fun than Starfield in some ways. Like now, like in custom, that's the main thing. You can't get this kind of VATS accuracy in the main game. Oh, he's a tough customer. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, God, I have to change my game settings because I can't med. Run. I'm gonna take cover and try to fix it now. I might die. That's alright. Fucking died just as I got the setting. It's so dumb. It's always like that. Piece of shit developer. Piece of shit developer. Got my nose in some piece of crap menu. From fucking 2001. What was it? It was, can I med now? Yeah, I can probably med now. Alright, so, whatever. Go back and get my corpse. Yeah, where's my corpse? Corpse is north, way out here. Oh, you fucker. Damn, the shotgun headshot just shreds. Short flamer, nice, that's good. That's gonna change things for me. I'll put a heal on it. And then I'll be able to suck life out of them. Yeah, I mean, he's tanky. Nave fucked him up, the Yagwai. He is a Yagwai, but he's not considered a Yagwai. Did I loot him all? No, he's like all glitched. What was that? Rabid mole rat. Oh. forgot, but I was going to make armor and I totally spaced it. Let's go see what's going on Steam. During Starfall Inversion, open Star Advent loot crates to receive the Gravity Integrator crafting formula. Use basic materials at the Intermediate Advanced Supplies workbench to craft a Gravity Integrator and optionally enhance it with additional items. After crafting, go to your backpack and drag the Gravity Integrator to your hotbar to use. Once placed, the Gravity Integrator will ascend under the pull of dead star gravity. During flight, it continuously collects stellar core gravity samples and other generous rewards. The higher it climbs, the more you earn. If it hits an obstacle or is attacked, it stops moving. Gravity Integrator. What is this? That agency support drop. It's 5 mil. But you could catch dose 4s out of it. You know, so the sellers are cheaper than the buyers. I want to place a buy order for those in Jita. I want to go to Jita. Damn it, my large skills aren't going for 960. I'm gonna have to lower it. But I mean, I could go 920 and still make really good money. Yeah. I used to farm ice, but I mean, I'm doing this whole hauler grind. I've got a good hauler hypernet, yeah. Oh, I have to make a bronze pickaxe. Why don't I see a bronze pickaxe? Oh, bronze ingots. Okay. Oh, I don't have storage down, do I? And that's a problem. They have, like, no place to put anything. So, let's... Oh, God, what was that? No. Build a decoration in a shelter. Okay. Oh, in a shelter? Okay, shelter. Sorry, so... So, I am going to my base, which is south. So I noticed that I don't get problems if I don't sprint. That's the first thing. Sprinting inside is just dumb. You just get locked up. So, now I want to open this. And I want to make decorations. Clutter. Entertainment. Oh, oops. Buildable and known. It's a Nuka-Cola bowling ball. It's weird how suddenly I don't have an issue, like, at all. You can see that it is Bethesda. Okay, there's that weekly. Looking for a weekly. So, kill a blood eagle. Maybe it's account wide. Might be account wide. Drink tea, 1 out of 5. Okay, well, let's go. I guess I should just, since I'm busy on other games, I guess I'll just chop trees and stone and wood. Oh, I need, yeah, I need 10. I need 10, which I can't do without a copper pickaxe. I shouldn't have let my pickaxe break. Nice. Fuck, I like need 10. I'm gonna have to make a copper pickaxe, which is so annoying. Just make one so I can get by, and I'll make 2, What? Ah. I was roaming around looking for tin. Oh yeah, all those turrets, yeah. So I came to get company tea. Nice, drink company tea. Almost there. Rather than buy Borderlands, honestly, I'd rather put 50 bucks in mods on Starfield, frankly. Of achievement enable mods. I think I would get more out of that than I would buying Borderlands 4 and being locked out. Or I don't know, I could just buy it on Epic, I suppose. You guys did buy me a game, I guess. You know, I just don't know which one it is. List of best new PC games coming this year, because I don't want to miss anything. Dying Light, Dune Awakening, Metal Gear Solid, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. It's not like me to miss a game like Dune, but I don't want to pay their $50. Dune Awakening, $50, which is just insane. It includes 2 games. Which game? So to truly get in on Dune, it's 90 bucks. I don't want to do that. Star Trucker's a game that's kind of in my vein. Mostly positive. Let's go see what people say. Yeah, it's not bad now. It's not bad, but it's not good. I want to try their new flight model, but I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was my phone. I do need to plug in my phone. Yeah. What's Star Sector? Let's go look at that. I think that was one of the ones Seth Greensuch did. Oh, Critical and Asmongold are going to war. Maybe, of course they are, because they need to like fucking stay pertinent. Borderlands 4, Hades 2, Metal Gear Solid, and the Outer Worlds 2. Dune Awakening. No, you know, honestly, I would rather buy Dune Awakening like premium than fucking Borderlands 4. Dune Awakening's far more likely of a game to satisfy me. But I mean, I know that Funcom can't design. I know they can't. So yeah, there's nothing new on the horizon that I won't be able to pay for in a different month. So I guess I get one big purchase this month, and I kind of don't want to make it. I don't want to make Borderlands 4 a purchase because it's like, I don't know. I could run it in the background on Epic, but I know I won't play it because I have good Borderlands games right now that I don't play. I just don't have the time. It's not MMO. Not really. If it was Borderlands Online, I would buy it. But I don't know. I think I might actually just steal Borderlands 4. I'm going to play it, but I'm not going to pay it because... Well, I will when it's decent, like decently priced. But they ask too much money for like a co-op game that I intend to solo. I'm terribly sorry. Sometimes I think they're selling me multiplayer and kind of, you know, inflating the price. Because solo campaigns aren't really worth $90, you know? They're not really worth $90, they're not. And I won't use the multiplayer. So I'm just like, I don't know, Borderlands 4 might be kind of the wake-up call when it comes to that. Maybe I should just teleport, well, no, I need to find tin, which is like everywhere, but... I'm not having luck seeing it. Like, there's copper, but not tin. Why? There's lots of ore, but no tin, which is weird. I thought tin was kind of, like, pretty common here, but I could go back to Deadsville. I think there's tin there. I think that's one of the reasons why is tin. Tin's all over the early zone, but I don't know if it's out here so much. I think when you find it, it's sort of rare. I'm just glancing around looking for tin. I don't really see any. I think I might take a teleport. What's with the foam poles? Fucking weird. Here's just something sitting here. Free loot, basically. This monument isn't loading, I don't think. Yeah, but now I'm like trapped in this water. Ugh. Let's warp to Deadsville and look for tin out of there. Yeah, I'm not super waiting for any of this stuff. I'm, wow, Stronghold Crusader Definitive Edition. I want to buy Doom, but not for that price. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to buy any games, you know? Yeah, X4 is nice, but it's just like, nah. And I already bought it and returned it because I was like, I don't know, I can't get locked out of this game. And frankly, going to... Let's see what else we find in Sandbox. Shadows of a Doubt is $11, and I like this game a lot, but... Oh yeah, we were gonna look at Star Sector. So... Camps near Fort Atlas, that's right. I was like, where do I see Blood Eagles? And it's...
Those not taking this route, I suggest as a first location, heading to the Fort Atlas travel point seen here on the map. Fort Atlas is a free travel costing you 0 caps, so it's a good travel location to pick up and worth having. Now, if you don't currently have this location, I would suggest seeing if another player's camp is close by, and then traveling to that camp and then making your way over to the fort. Regardless, once you get there, just head south along the road and you will come upon a couple of Blood Eagle locations, which I have highlighted here on the map. And you should be able to get this knocked out relatively highlighted here on the map.
What did I get that for? Odd. Seneca Gang Camp is where Blood Eagles are. Let's go see. Oh, I got a new gun, didn't I? I did, I got a new weapon. There's so much to do. It's all busy work, kind of. I am looking at... Oh, yeah, I got a flamer, right? Yeah, I got a flamer, which is good. Oh, but it's level 30. I can't use it yet. I want science, damn it. I love the damage falling. So good. So, I came here because I'd like to drive north and find some tin. Put down a camp at a near some tin spawn. Oh, look, my pistol heals me now. So the Blood Eagle owns like this whole fucking highway. The Blood Eagles, excuse me. I didn't know. Cool Fallout lore. Oh damn, the shadows look good. Like I could turn them down and they would still look good. I don't think there is shadows in the settings actually. I don't want a restriction on frame rate, actually. Might be shade. Oh, no, overall shadow level, yeah. Yeah, like the shadows are just there. You can't turn them off. I love this game now. I asked myself, why should I play Starfield when I have an online MMO that never ends? Sort of, and they're like kind of the same game. Not really, but you know, they're kind of the same game. Starfield's a lot more fun, but it's also single player. You know how I struggle with single player. So look, I can't find 10 at all, and I don't really understand that. Cool. I didn't know you could do this. I mean, I knew, but oh, jeez. What happened? Find and reach the center of the mist zone. Oh, okay. Oh, it's like you can't have a motorcycle while this is up. Okay. It's actually beautiful. Look at that. Shadow Gatling. Be on your guard. I love once human. Look, it's pretty cool. Oh, did the mist go away? Mystical crate. Nice. Is there a monument nearby? Oh, look, cool. Current claim come at 1.6. Mini feaster, whatever that is. Cool. Can I chop these orange trees for oranges? I probably can. Let's go into Citrus County with this gun and just spray everything. It'll take me like 10 minutes to walk over there, so I'll just alt-tab. That's a scorched. I need 10 blood eagles. Oh, the gun went away? Okay. I'm looking for silver. I want to see if those orange trees give you a special fruit. If they do, I might be more interested in living here. Orange trees, did they do anything? I thought I made oh no, I have to go home. Oh. Damn it. I will go home because I can't farm anyways. I can't until I go home. So now I'm curious to see if I can pop out and get this to spawn again just by coming back into custom. Does it just reset every time? Oops, I didn't want to do this. No. No, I think I'm alright. So I want to find out that if I go to desktop, oops, not desktop, I meant back to main menu. That's okay, it's about the same thing really. Little longer this way. I need storage, but I don't think I've got my medics. Nope. So how are we doing here? I need this and that, and now I have a copper pickaxe, and I can go back here. Wow, this guy has 8 million subs.
You see the map screen jumping in?
Yeah, I'm floating down. A little eagle guy got a bird and hold on to his talons. So we don't do anything, but I'm a beastmaster. I let go of the bird, John. What do I do now?
Press space, you idiot. Press space.
Welcome back to Once Human. If you remember, I played this game a little while back, and it went something like this. It looked like something that pops up in a haunted house. Get a photo. Oh my god, Joey! Oh, I'm still throwing up! I'm doing it! Got it. Perfect.
It's a good character creator. I want to change characters to see if they have different... And see if they have different weeklies and dailies.
Yeah, I'm gonna come throw up on my stuff.
That's great, buddy.
Throw it under the water.
That's right, after that absolute disaster of a time we had, they wanted us to come back and play their biggest update of 2025. So before this video goes any further, yes, this video is sponsored by Once Human. In this new update for the game, the new content is called Dreamvale. It's basically as if you went to sleep in the game and then woke up to whatever the hell this is. Guys, there's a little spider with a propane tank on it. There's a lot happening right now.
You
I'm
think
gonna
they
shoot
blow
it.
up? Yeah, they blow up.
Hell yeah. New monsters, challenges, and entities that look like they just crawled
Yeah, they blow up.
spider with a propane tank on it. There's a lot happening right now.
You
I'm
think
gonna
they
shoot
blow
it.
up? Yeah, they blow up.
Hell yeah. New monsters, challenges, and entities that look like they just crawled straight up.
Yeah, maybe I'll go shotgun sniper. I should bust all my armor and stuff, but I gotta go find 10 to make pickaxes first. What happens if I Google this? Let's see. No, it's account wide. Okay, so it's account wide, so it doesn't matter if you which character you do it on. Oh, the daily ends is set in 5 days, so we're at the beginning of the week. Completes an event while in a team. That one I'll have to do on her. Maybe I should re-roll that one. Collect pre-war food is much better. Build a decoration in a workshop or camp. Decorations, huh? So I answered my question. I'm gonna go back to the main menu now. I should play my... No, I like custom more. I know because of the VATs. I like custom. It's good for lazy people.
Modifications. Pirates don't have top-of-the-line equipment, so they improvise. For this reason, the Pirates' Capital class ship is a stolen cargo freighter ripped apart and stitched back together with as many guns as they could possibly hold. The Luddic Path follows the same philosophy of DIY hull mods, but they don't care about coming back alive, so they take captured fuel ships over...
Yeah, this is a good game, but this is not what I'm looking for, unfortunately.
Out of the back rooms. This version of the game is miles different from what we played a while back. Your goal in Dreamville is essentially to cleanse the nightmares of your dreams. The Dream State map is absolutely littered with new challenges and new monsters to fight. They even made a point of giving us boosted press accounts so we could explore further into the game, and that went fantastic. Yeah. last time we played this game, we wanted to start fresh. Because honestly, the character creator in this game is one of the best I've ever seen.
Like, what in God's name is this? Why would you allow me to create this thing?
Happening, bro.
You're being talked about.
These accounts were absolutely dripped out with a bunch of stuff, so naturally, we just decided to mess up the character's appearance on these press accounts. Like, look at this. Here's a before and after. What the hell happened?
I loaded in and I just looked up at the sky and I'm like, wow, it sure is beautiful today.
Good God. Wait, are both of you big booty bitches? What did I get? Oh!
Surf on Smidgy.
If you can keep up.
Deer!
Oh my God, when I jump
You
on
ran
my
over a
bike,
deer!
So as it turns out, even with a press account, we still have no idea what we're doing. So we decided to scale back and try and figure out what was going on. We built some bases and we're given
I hate the little cartoon character's hat. I mean, I really do.
Trump's Epstein problems just got worse.
Thank you, Philip DeFranco. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Is speaking out today, dropping a bombshell, and top MAGA stood against the president. What's really going on with Trump in Venezuela after he blew up that boat, killing 11 people?
Oh, look, it does work like
to
that.
End all state vaccine mandates, including for kids to attend schools. And a comedian in the UK was arrested over social media posts sparking support and backlash, and now the Met police chief is calling for a review of the laws. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. We need to talk about these Epstein victims today, starting with the fact that whatever they said yesterday, it drove Nancy Mace into a full-blown panic attack. Or because members of the House Oversight Committee meeting yesterday behind closed doors with 6 of Epstein's victims, and Mace was spotted leaving early with tears streaming down her face. With her later saying on X, as a recent survivor, I had a very difficult time listening to their stories. Full-blown panic attack, sweating, hyperventilating, shaking, I can't breathe. With her adding, I feel the immense pain of how hard all victims are fighting for themselves because we know absolutely no one will fight for us. Right in her committee, they've been waiting for the DOJ to comply with its subpoena for the full Epstein files for weeks at this point. So far, they've only gotten 33,000 pages, which they just released to the public last night. But also a key thing there is that according to the Democrats on the committee, 97% of the documents were already publicly available. And in fact, according to reports, even some of those appear to be more heavily redacted now than they were when Attorney General Pam Bondi released them earlier this year. And then as far as the 3% that's new, reports say that it's mostly just logs of flight locations for Epstein's plane. Though we also got some more footage from the camera outside of Epstein's cell block the night that he died, which, according to Fox News, fills in the notorious missing minute just before midnight. Footage that also contradicts Bondi's previous claim that the same minute gets deleted every night during a reset. Though it's also unclear why she would lie about that, since it appears that the minute doesn't actually show anything notable anyway. Now, with all that said, according to a committee spokesperson, more files are supposed to be forthcoming from the DOJ, but critics have alleged that the White House is simply stalling to buy time. Or because Congress, they have to pass a funding bill by the end of this month to prevent a government shutdown. And so this whole Epstein file situation, it threatens to block that from happening, and so you have many suspecting that Trump's DOJ, they're trickling out information to make it seem like they're being transparent when they're really not. Which is then also why Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna have launched a full-scale pressure campaign against the White House and their fellow lawmakers to make sure that this issue doesn't disappear. Right? And they're seeking to pass what's called a discharge petition that would force the government to release the Epstein files, and apparently it's this close to happening. Because you have this pair announcing this morning that 212 Democrats and 4 Republicans have signed on, including Massie himself, Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Meaning that as I'm recording this, only 2 more lawmakers in the House have to get on board and this thing would pass. So then after that, it would have to go through the Republican-controlled Senate and get signed by Donald Trump, which seems very unlikely. Especially as you had a White House official saying, quote, helping Thomas Massie and liberal Democrats with this would be viewed as a very hostile act to the administration. And actually, one of the arguments we're seeing here is that even if Donald Trump doesn't sign it, at least the entire country will see him not sign it. They will see him and each and every lawmaker who voted no. And their usual excuse that the petition, it doesn't protect the victims who are in the files, it could be a lot harder to rely on after today. Right in that, because this morning, Massie and Khanna brought a group of Epstein's victims, some of whom had never spoken out publicly before, to Capitol Hill to have their voices heard. For an hour and a half, they unloaded years of anger, sadness, and frustration, and we saw the victim's lawyer going first.
All of the documents and evidence that we have worked so hard to gather hide behind protective orders, confidentiality agreements, and bank secrecy laws. That is why this discharge petition is so important. While we have seen the documents, you haven't. And when you see the documents, you're going to be appalled.
And as far as these women, you saw them stressing that this isn't about partisan politics.
Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings.
Though also on the note of the president, you had one of the survivors making sure to make this comment.
Jeffrey and Elin were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them.
And you had most of them talking about how releasing these files would not only show Americans the truth, but also it would help the victims heal their trauma.
The worst part is that the government is still in possession right now of the documents and information about that could help me remember and get over all of this maybe and help me heal. They have documents with my name on them that were confiscated from Jeffrey Epstein's house and could help me put the pieces of my own life back together. But I don't have any of it.
It's about the weight we live with daily. It is about the families broken and the future stolen. So I ask you, President Trump and members of Congress, why do we continue to cover up sexual abuse and assault? Who are we covering for?
You also had the late Virginia Giuffre's brother giving this incredibly emotional, impassioned plea to the government.
Whether you're a dad, a mom, a brother, or a sister, look your young ones in the face. Look them in the eye and tell them you didn't stand against the very people who raped, molested, and preyed upon children and young women. If you vote no, your stance will be clear. But here's my one ask. Look these survivors in the eye and tell them why.
And you had several others echoing that demand as well.
It's time you do is right by us. Unseal all the documents. We are requesting transparency. And I am requesting every congressman and woman that goes against this bill be outed. I want to know.
And to be clear, the only motive for opposing this bill would be to conceal wrongdoing. You have a choice. Stand with the truth, or with the lies that have protected predators for decades.
But then also, in what may have been the biggest bombshell of the morning, one victim revealed that they have the Epstein client list. Not the actual list, if that even exists, but rather...
I would like to announce here today, us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know.
And then with all that, you had the lawyer adding.
When they reached a certain age, he did farm a section of them, some of them, out to some of his friends. That doesn't mean all of his friends. And we've talked to them about the various people that they were farmed out to. So we've created somewhat of a list. Most of these individuals, the victims, are very scared to say these names because they could get sued, they're going to get attacked, and nobody protected him the first time.
And then finally, you had Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, I mean, her involvement here is massive. She seems MAGA through and through. She always seems like the president's biggest cheerleader, though she's standing against him in this. And she closed out the event saying,
Yeah, it's a scary thing to name names, but I will tell you, I'm not afraid to name names. And so if they want to give me a list, I will walk in that Capitol on the House floor, and I'll say every damn name that abused these women.
You know, we'll have to see if that pressure's enough to make any Republicans buckle, because remember, they only need 2 more to sign the petition. And today you had Representative Victoria Spartz, who attended the conference, telling reporters she's still deciding whether to do it or not. Right, and this also is House Speaker Mike Johnson, who said he's too busy to even attend this morning's conference, reiterating his opposition to the petition, saying it does not adequately protect victims. And because we have so much compassion for the victims, those who spoke today, and the estimated maybe as many as 1,000 victims total, we have to be very diligent about protecting their identities. And according to The Hill, he gathered GOP leadership in the basement of the Capitol for a closed-door meeting today and implored them not to sign the petition. And then, separate from that, you had Donald Trump being asked for his reaction to everything that's happened, and he said this.
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more. And nobody's ever satisfied. I understand that we were subpoenaed to give files, and I understand we've given thousands of pages of files. And I know that no matter what you do, it's going to keep going. And I think it's enough, because I think we should talk about the greatness of our country and the success that we're having.
And so then someone went back to Mike Johnson and asked, hey, do you
Mike
agree with Trump that
Johnson.
this is a hoax? And we saw...
I'm not sure what that comment refers to, but I've spoken to the president myself about this many times, and he is as insistent as we are. He is the most transparent president in memory, probably in the history of the country. As you know, he stops. If he were here now, he would stand here and take your questions endlessly. Now, he also, just as we do, is insistent that we protect the innocent victims, and that's what this has been about.
But of course, you had critics countering that Trump and the DOJ, they're not actually protecting the victims. They're protecting their reputations. And you had Massey making that argument today, pointing to a flight log released last night in which all the names are redacted. Which is then why he says that Johnson is naive to think they can trust the White House to release all the files, and they instead need to be forced to do so. You know, as we wait to see how this plays out, you have Trump deflecting and dodging. I'd really love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to what we're seeing today. Because whether it be with this first big story or anything else that stands out to you today, I'd love to hear from you. Yes, this is a news show, but it's also a conversation. But then next up from that, we should talk about how the U.S. military just blew up 11 people on a boat in the Caribbean Sea. Now, they were probably criminals, but there also wasn't a trial or any sort of evidence presented. Instead, you just had the Trump administration calling them narco-terrorists and saying that this is the beginning. And you've got all of that raising concerns about a possible military confrontation with Venezuela, which... let me explain. Right, so we actually first learned about the attack during Trump's address at the White House yesterday, where he was announcing Space Command HQ in Alabama. Also was kind of a little bit of a proof of life, but he said...
when you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat.
And then you quickly had Secretary of State Marco Rubio giving some additional information on a post on X, writing, as POTUS just announced moments ago, today the U.S. military conducted a lethal strike in the southern Caribbean against a drug vessel which had departed from Venezuela and was being operated by a designated narco-terrorist organization. With then Trump posting a video on Truth Social that appeared to show the strike, then alleging that those targeted had been positively identified Tren de Aragua narco-terrorists, and adding the strike occurred while the terrorists were at sea in international waters transporting illegal narcotics heading to the United States. The strike resulted in 11 terrorists killed in action. Right, and all of this very notable for a number of reasons, including that this is a massive shift away from how the U.S. would normally deal with it. Because in the past, American authorities have focused on seizing the drugs, identifying suspects, building a criminal case, and not just blowing them out of the water. And at least according to Trump, there's more where that came from. And while a senior official also told the New York Times there would be additional attacks against cartel boats in the future, notably, the White House still hasn't explained how the military determined that those aboard the first boat were actually cartel members. Plus, you're seeing defense officials declining to address almost any questions about what went down, including, 1, the amount of drugs on board, 2, whether they tried to stop the boat first, communicate with it in any way, or otherwise give them a chance to surrender before striking with deadly force, and 3, what legal authority they're using to justify the strike. And with all that, you have experts saying that this may be a violation of international and human rights law, though to be fair, it's not necessarily one that we didn't see coming. Because back in July, you had Trump signing a secret directive greenlighting military force against those drug cartels that his administration had deemed terrorist organizations. And since then, you've had the Pentagon bolstering their presence in the Caribbean, sending warships and thousands of troops to the region. And also, I mean, all of that, it's just one part of a pressure campaign on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Right in there, you've had the White House upping the reward for information leading to Maduro's arrest on years-old charges related to narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and corruption to $50 million, further alleging that Maduro and other high-ranking Venezuelan officials are in charge of Venezuela's Cartel of the Suns. They also announced new sanctions against the organization, as well as adding it to the country's list of foreign terrorist organizations. So notably, the Cartel of the Suns, at least according to many experts, it doesn't actually exist. Instead, those experts agree that there isn't a single organized group with a defined hierarchy that goes by that name. And actually, instead, according to one think tank, the Cartel of the Suns is more accurately described as a system of corruption wherein military and political officials profit by working with drug traffickers. And actually, similarly, while you've had Trump claiming Tren de Aragua is operating under the control of Nicolas Maduro, that's a claim that's been directly contradicted by a declassified U.S. intelligence assessment, which said that Maduro's government, quote, probably does not have a policy of cooperating with TDA and is not directing TDA movement to and operations in the United States. Instead, according to the report, the Venezuelan regime, while sometimes tolerating the gang's activities, largely views it as a potential security threat. But with all that said, and this is a very key thing, that does not mean that military personnel, government officials, or even Maduro himself are not involved in or benefiting from drug trafficking. But it's at the very least just one reason that you have some believing this is about more than just drugs. With actually another reason connected to that being that Venezuela isn't even the biggest source of drugs coming into the U.S. In fact, while the Trump administration's allegations against Maduro have focused on cocaine, according to the DEA's own annual report, 84% of the cocaine seized in the U.S., it actually comes from Colombia, mostly being trafficked through Ecuador, Central America, and Mexico. And so then with all that, you have Maduro accusing the Trump administration of pushing for regime change, saying this week that Trump needs to take care because Marco Rubio wants to stain his hands documents with blood and adding, they want to lead you into a bloodbath with a massacre against the people of Venezuela. And regarding Rubio, I mean, he's long been one of the most vocal critics of Maduro. And I mean, he's become the architect of Trump's policy toward Venezuela, and in 2018, during Trump's first term, he actually said that there was a strong argument to be made for the use of military.
I got my Dex
It appears
rings.
that he has not changed his view there, with him recently being asked about whether Trump would carry out operations on Venezuelan soil, and he responded, "We're going to take on drug cartels wherever they are and wherever they're operating against the interests of the United States." That said, you also have many experts skeptical that the U.S. is actually planning a military intervention. With, for example, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council telling The Guardian, "This is not a
losing
deployment
Fitz
focused
sucks,
on
but,
regime change. This may be an attempt to signal to disaffected elements of the military in Venezuela that now is the time to rise up against Maduro." But we've seen that approach be tried and fail repeatedly over the last 25 years. But ultimately, for now, we're going to have to wait to see what happens here, and maybe even more importantly, how it goes down. But then, really quick, in a 1-minute break that keeps the show free for you, let me ask you an honest question. How many brilliant ideas do you feel like are just rotting away in your notes app right now? Because somewhere in that dusty graveyard of someday ideas lies your side hustle. And so why not? I want you to make today the day that you commit to taking that opportunity or that passion project to the next level. And I kid you not, the DeFranco Book Club, it went from someday to launched in under an hour with today's sponsor, Squarespace. Because Squarespace, they make it easy to build a site where maybe you're just showcasing things, creating things, or you can start selling content, courses, physical, or even digital products, whatever you have in mind. Or you want to charge a one-time fee, offer a subscription, both done and done. They've got beautiful templates that look like you hired a designer, and their Fluid Engine editor, it lets you drag, drop, customize, and all no coding, no stress, no excuses. I mean, we use it for a lot. My team uses Squarespace for our daily dip newsletter. Tens of thousands of you get your daily dip fix in your inbox every weekday. News, polls, giveaways, PDS show notes, all run through Squarespace. And like clockwork, a daily dip issue went out today, and your project vision could be next. So hey, take the first step today with a free trial at squarespace.com/Filler. Just scan that QR code. Make today launch day. Just remember that when it's ready to go, use code Phil to get 10% off and let them know we sent you. But then, getting back to the news, RFK needs to resign, and the Department of Energy, they're lying to you. Those are the two subjects and messages of two letters that were sent out to two government agencies this week. One from 1,000 HHS employees and the other from dozens of scientists. And let's start with Cheryl Hines' hubby, because this morning a group of more than 1,000 current and former Department of Health and Human Services employees signed a letter to Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying that his leadership has, quote, put the health of all Americans at risk, and they demanded his resignation. And to support their argument, they pointed to several of RFK's recent decisions, like the declared firing of CDC Director Dr. Susan Menares and the subsequent resignation of 4 other senior officials within the agency. They also pointed to the appointment of what they called political ideologues to influential roles in vaccine policy, and his decision to rescind emergency use authorizations for COVID-19 vaccines without providing any data to actually back that up. Also, if you're like, if this sounds familiar, you're not crazy. This is not the first time that HHS employees have sent a letter to RFK. In fact, just a few weeks ago after the August 8th shooting at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta, which it feels like everyone's already forgotten about, over 700 employees signed a letter imploring RFK to, quote, stop spreading inaccurate health information and guarantee the safety of the HHS workforce. So with that, you had a spokesperson from the agency responding by saying that RFK stands firmly with CDC employees and, quote, any attempt to conflate widely supported public health reforms with the violence of a suicidal mass shooter is an attempt to politicize a tragedy. Now, with all this, as I'm recording, we've yet to see a response to this new letter, but RFK did publish an op-ed with the Wall Street Journal yesterday saying that his agency is, quote, restoring public trust in the CDC, something that he said was lost thanks to decades of bureaucratic inertia, politicized science, and mission creep. With him then also going on to defend his actions, defining them as steps taken to eliminate conflicts of interest and bureaucratic complacency. And while you have many of his critics saying that is not what he is actually doing, that tons of people are in more danger and could die in the future. On the topic of politicized science, we should talk about the Department of Energy's recent report on climate change, and more specifically, the rebuttal against it by dozens of scientists. And so first, I'll say back in July, the DOE published a report titled A Critical Review of Impacts of Greenhouse Gas Emissions on the U.S. Climate. And their key findings were that the carbon dioxide-induced warming, quote, appears to be less damaging economically than commonly believed, and that our efforts to mitigate CO2 emissions could be more harmful than helpful. And then it also said that any U.S. policy actions on climate change are expected to have, quote, undetectably small direct impacts on the global climate, and any effects will emerge only with long delays. Now, with all this, some key pieces of information to know is that there were 5 researchers handpicked to prepare this report by Energy Secretary Chris Wright, and all 5 of them have reportedly historically questioned the scientific consensus that climate change is a considerable threat. And even occasionally, reports say they frame global warming as a good thing. And so that is the baseline that we're working with here, and while the DOE had a 30-day open comment period on this report that closed yesterday, right before it closed, a group of more than 85 scientists submitted a scathing rebuttal title of the report, saying among other things, the DOE's analysis is riddled with errors, misrepresentations, and cherry-picked data to further Team Trump's political agenda. And I mean, what they gave us is a chapter-by-chapter criticism of the DOE's report, effectively serving as a peer review, resulting in a 439-page document. I mean, it's nearly 3 times the size of the original report. And so while obviously I'm not going to cover every single thing in all 400 pages, here are some of the highlights. The DOE report suggests that carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas that helps plants grow, and therefore more gas would improve agricultural yields. But the rebuttal says that the authors of the DOE report sidestep the negative impacts of global warming on plant life, like extreme heat, droughts, floods, and wildfires. Then you've got the 2 studies that the DOE cited by a professor of epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine to support their argument that more people die from excessive cold than heat. And actually, to that point, that same professor responded saying that while that fact is true, the report ignores that global warming is increasing heat-related deaths at a rate faster than it would have prevented cold-related ones. The DOE report also did what one physics professor called a graphical sleight of hand in a chart showing yearly average atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations. And it appears they did so by omitting key data and making specific choices on the graph to make it seem like those levels had only slightly risen. And I mean, it goes on and on. I mean, the scientists compared this report to efforts by the tobacco industry to create doubt around the health links between smoking and cancer, writing, no one should doubt that human-caused climate change is real, is already producing potentially dangerous impacts, and that humanity is on track for a geological enormous amount of warming. And with all this, the scientist rebuttal was coordinated by Andrew Dessler, a professor of atmospheric sciences at Texas A&M University, who argues that the issues he and other scientists highlighted is incredibly important to pay attention to because of how the Trump administration is using this report. Right in there, referring to the fact that the EPA has already used the DOE's conclusions as a justification to repeal the endangerment finding, which is a 2009 scientific declaration that climate change poses a danger to human health and welfare. And that finding, it serves as the basis for regulations on carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions, with Dessler adding, their goal was to muddy the waters, to put out a plausible sounding argument that people can use in the public debate to make it sound like we don't know whether climate change is bad or not. And with all that said, as far as the Department of Energy, they've responded to the scientist rebuttal with a spokesperson telling NPR that the report was reviewed internally by DOE scientific researchers and policy experts from the Office of Science and National Labs, which is also kind of a sticking point here because that's the excuse that one of the report's authors gave when asked about why they didn't get this report traditionally peer-reviewed. And you also have the department adding that the purpose of this report is to restore an open and transparent dialogue around climate scientists, and saying, following the public comment period, we look forward to reviewing and engaging on substantive comments. And notably, back when the report was initially published, you had Energy Secretary Chris Wright throwing a support behind it wholly and saying at the time, I've reviewed the report carefully and I believe it faithfully represents the state of climate science today. And adding, still, many readers may be surprised by its conclusions, which differ in important ways from the mainstream narrative, and saying that's a sign of how far the public conversation has drifted from the science itself. And actually, since then, he's accused the report's critics of avoiding an in-depth conversation about the science surrounding global warming. But then, next up in the news, we gotta talk about this guy who was just arrested over his tweets. Right, and the situation has divided people because you have some arguing that the arrest here is justified because his tweets were an incitement to violence against trans people, but you also have others defending him, including even some of his critics. Right, and so as far as the guy in question, it's a man by the name of Graham Linehan. He's best known in the UK as the co-writer of UK sitcoms, including Father Ted and the IT Crowd. But now, more recently, he's been in the spotlight because he's been extremely vocal on social media talking about trans people. With him, for example, writing in one post in April, if a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls. And now, that tweet, along with a couple others, are seemingly the reason for his arrest. Graham saying on Substack that 5 armed officers arrested him when he flew back into the UK yesterday, took him away, and questioned him about the posts. He then wrote that his blood pressure was over 200, what he called stroke territory, after being questioned, and that he had been taken to the hospital and kept under observation before being discharged and released on bail. With him then noting that the only condition for his release was that he could not post on X. And finally, he claimed that all of this, quote, proves one thing beyond doubt. The UK has become a country that is hostile to freedom of speech, hostile to women, and far too accommodating to the demands of violent, entitled, abusive men who have turned the police into their personal goon squad. And with all that, as far as their part, the police also released a statement that generally lined up with Graham's account, but they also said that he wasn't arrested just for tweets, but on suspicion of inciting violence. With them also noting that, quote, it is routine for officers policing airports to carry firearms, and saying these were not drawn or used at any point during the arrest. And so then with all that, you had some people defending the police, with people like the new leader of Britain's Green Party calling Graham's post totally unacceptable and saying the arrest seemed proportionate, with also others on that side arguing that Graham's words would cause real harm, and they're pointing to police stats showing a rapid uptick in hate crimes against transgender people, pointing to things like in the 12 months that ended in March 2024, almost 4,800 hate crimes were recorded against trans people, up from 2,800 hate crimes in the 12 months that ended in March of 2021. And to that point, you have people noting that Graham's actually already scheduled to appear in court this week in connection to a separate case in which he's accused of harassing a transgender transgender woman and damaging her phone, though that's a charge he's denied. But then with all of that, on the other side, you have people agreeing with Graham that this is an absurd infringement on free speech. With people like Harry Potter writer J.K. Rowling, for example, who's become known for her anti-trans activism, writing on X, what the fuck has the UK become? This is totalitarianism.
What?
Utterly deplorable. You also had politicians jumping on the story, with the Conservative Party leaders saying sending 5 officers to arrest a man for a tweet isn't policing, it's politics. Saying under Labour, we routinely see burglary, knife crime, and assaults go unsolved, while resources are wasted on thought policing. Claiming the Conservatives would stop this nonsense on day one and make public safety the first duty of policing instead of pandering to fringe ideologies. But also, and I think very notably here, you had people like a staff writer for The Atlantic who's openly criticized Graham, coming out against his arrest and saying that Europe really does have a free speech problem along with the US. And in fact, we're now actually seeing the police saying it may have gone too far, with the head of London's Metropolitan Police calling for the government to change or clarify the UK's law regarding free speech, saying that Graham's arrest lines up with what the law technically says, but adding, most reasonable people would agree that genuine threats of physical violence against an identified person or group should be acted upon by officers. Such actions can and do have serious and violent real-world implications. But when it comes to lesser cases where there is ambiguity in terms of intent and harm, policing has been left between a rock and a hard place by successive governments who have given officers no choice but to record such incidents as crimes when they're reported. Then they're obliged to follow all lines of inquiry and take action as appropriate. With him then going on to say, I don't believe we should be policing toxic culture war debates, and officers are currently in an impossible position. Greater clarity and common sense would enable us to limit the resources we dedicate to tackling online statements to those cases creating real threats in the real world. And so with all of that said, this is going to be a really interesting one to watch. Do we actually see law changes? What happens with the arrest? And in the meantime, as we wait to see how this plays out, I'd really love to know your thoughts here in those comments down below. But then next up today, let's talk about more news you need to know, but kind of go rapid fire. Florida is now working hard to make the state a safer place by making it a breeding ground for diseases that have long been under control, with Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo announcing today that the state was moving to ban all vaccine mandates. It's not just COVID, all of them.
Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery. Okay? Who am I as a government, or anyone else, or even who am I as a man standing here now, to tell you what you should put in your body?
I agree.
Who am I?
Yeah, I agree. Like, who am I? I agree, you piece of shit fascist. End your fucking drug war. End your fucking prison industrial complex. End the fucking death of my fellow human beings. End the worst war that's ever existed. Far worse than World War II. Lost many more lives than what we lost in World War II.
To tell you
End the fucking drug war. End it.
what your child should put in your body.
Yep.
I don't have that right.
You don't.
Your body,
fuck you.
Your body.
You don't. None of you people do. None of you pieces of shit have that right.
Into your body?
Nope. Yeah, like that's up to
What
you.
you put into your body.
That's
is
up to
because
you.
Of your relationship with
your body, not me.
And all of this would be a pretty dramatic departure from current Florida law, which mandates vaccines in children in order for them to go to public schools. So to be clear, the state would just be banning mandates and not the vaccines themselves. So still with that, you had health experts warning this will be dangerous, noting that vaccines help populations reach herd immunity, which doesn't mean 100% of the population is safe. Instead, it covers over 90% of the population, giving wiggle room for the handful of people who can't get a vaccine for one reason or another. And then below that threshold, various diseases can still spread despite chunks of the population being immune, putting those who want to be protected but can't because of one reason or another, such as an allergy to a vaccine, being in danger. Which is why you have many experts saying we should expect to see a huge uptick of communicable and otherwise preventable diseases. We're talking about even maybe polio or measles. And all of this is, I think, why we're seeing states like California, Oregon, and Washington working on unified vaccine recommendations to try and mitigate the spread of such diseases on the West Coast. Then you had Missouri legislators kicking off a special session today to redraw the state's congressional maps in favor of Republicans. We're just hours after Texas enacted its new map that could give the Republicans 5 new seats. Missouri's Republican Governor Mike Kehoe called a special session starting today for a rare mid-decade redistricting, which makes Missouri the now 3rd state to officially start the process after Texas and California. Now, notably in Missouri, Republicans already control 6 of the state's 8 congressional seats, but now this new map, it would help them gain a 7th by splitting up the 5th congressional district in Kansas City, which is currently held by a Democrat. You know, Kehoe is not even trying to pretend that this is about anything more than shoring up Republican support, arguing that the new map is necessary to truly put Missouri values first, and adding that the state's, quote, conservative common sense values should be truly represented at all levels of government. Though that appears to be bullshit because in statewide elections last year, 40% of Missourians voted for Democrats. And so it appears that this is just another step in the gerrymandering war that Texas kicked off. Then you've got Shein using Luigi Mangioni's face to sell clothes on its website. This blew up as TMZ reported on this listing, which shows what appears to be him in a white floral button-down priced at $11, which is kind of wild since you probably know that Luigi, who's accused of shooting the CEO of United Healthcare, is currently in jail in New York, and I imagine it would be pretty hard for him to land modeling contracts from behind bars. And so when people saw this image, there was a ton of backlash. People accusing Sheehan of using AI to turn Luigi into a model. Others saying that he should sue, that it's not right for a brand to use any incarcerated individual's face in this way. Though you had TMZ noting it was unclear if it was AI, Photoshop, or maybe even a doppelganger, but the frenzy, it caused enough of a stir that the shirt nearly sold out. Now for their part, Sheehan told BBC News that the company did not use his likeness on purpose, saying the image in question was provided by a third-party vendor and was removed immediately upon discovery, saying we have stringent standards for all listings on our platform. You have Sheehan saying they're conducting an investigation and saying appropriate action would be taken against the vendor in question. And then as far as the shirt, apparently it came from the brand Manfinity, which has a collection with Sheehan, and according to 404 Media, it lists a lot of items using AI-generated models. Then in social media influencer news, Mr. Beast is apparently considering launching his own cell phone servicing company, or with Business Insider obtaining a leaked investor deck from earlier this year, laying out the plans, and while there's no exact timeline, the deck put a launch date at some point in 2026. As far as how it actually worked, Mr. Beast wouldn't need to build up a whole network from the ground up, and instead would partner with existing providers like Verizon and T-Mobile. I think Ryan Reynolds and Mint Mobile, which actually previously sold to T-Mobile, which is also a company that Mr. Beast has notably worked with in marketing campaigns before. Then in legal entertainment news, Cardi B is innocent, or at least I'll say that's what she said when she walked out of court today, though technically speaking, she was found not liable. Right, and this after last week, she had been on trial because a security guard filed a civil suit claiming that Cardi had assaulted her at a doctor's office back in 2018. You know, we covered it a bit, that the trial also went very viral because of moments like this.
Did you call her fat?
No, I was calling her a bitch.
When I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
We having, we'll see, a debate.
And the news today is that a California jury...
Wait, what?
Talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
We having, we'll see, a debate.
And the news today is that a California jury unanimously decided in favor of Cardi, and while speaking to reporters outside of the courthouse, she said,
I will say it in my deathbed. I did not touch that woman. I did not touch that girl.
I believe her.
I will say it in my deathbed.
You'd have to be an idiot.
Touch that
I don't
woman.
think she's lying.
I did not touch that girl.
Oh, yes, she did. No, she is lying. She is lying.
I will say it in my deathbed. I did not touch that woman. I did not touch that girl. I know I got a little reputation, but I swear to God, I'm innocent.
well, you know, the internet, they love...
No, I think she's lying. I think she did lay hands on her, but I don't think she hurt her.
Outside of the courthouse, she said,
I will say it in my deathbed. I did
It's a lie.
not touch that woman. I
It's
did
a lie. She's lying.
not touch that girl. I know I got a little reputation, but I swear to God, I'm innocent.
well, you know, the internet, they love seeing the clips and watching the trial. Cardi, she made it clear that she did not have a good time. And seemingly, she wanted to dissuade anyone from doing anything that would result in a sequel.
The next person to try to do a frivolous lawsuit against me, I'm going to countersue. And I'm gonna make you pay. I am not that celeb that you're gonna sue and you think it's gonna settle. I'm not gonna settle.
But then Cardi also notably telling her fans to not stalk or harass the woman who sued her in the case and asking that they leave the woman and her family alone so this can remain in the past. But then from that, finally today, I want to end with a congratulations and one more thing. Starting with congratulations to Susanna, our SeatGeek's latest weekly winner who just snagged $500 in tickets to go see Chapel Rome. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, you could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you gotta do is add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, so no purchase necessary. But with that said, my one more thing I wanted to include for you today was a very important bit from former senior national correspondent at ABC News, Terry Moran, who I recently spoke with on my podcast In Good Faith, because I think that it connects with what I've seen a lot of you are feeling and what some of you have said about why your news diets have changed over the years, especially as we're seeing U.S. and international situations play out during Trump 2.0. And for me, it was something that I think was very important to hear from someone like him who's been a part of the machine and was also cast out for calling it as he saw it.
Business that I was in for all those years, network news, corporate media, legacy media, whatever you want to call it, is failing the American people. And they have corporate pressure on them.
Yep.
And they have...
Yeah, we really don't like you.
Rules, what they can say and what they
Tell you right now,
say,
we don't like you.
What they can describe and what they can't describe.
Yep.
The facts in front of them are eluding their coverage.
Yep.
And I think that they are disserving the American people. I know that there's frustration there. I know that people look at what they're doing and they're like, this is not enough. You know? They try to put it in their tone sometime as they read their piece or they speak to camera. But they can't say the words of what's happening. And that's corporate pressure. Look, Disney, I mean, is a
Yep.
multi-billion-dollar business.
We
right?
hate what the corpos
ABC News is a
do.
little tiny speck
How
in that
long can you
giant
remain
empire. The last
unfucking
thing
checked?
that the head of Disney or anybody
Unchecked
in these
completely.
corporate offices wants is a problem with the
I want
president
corporate
of the
law.
United States because somebody in the news division tweeted something. I mean, there's absolutely no upside to that, and so the pressure's on. Very much so.
Well, that brings us to the end of this video. You've got even more a click away. We've got an episode of my new podcast right here with famed journalist Terry Moran, a bit of new school meets old school at a time when Terry says that mainstream media is not meeting the moment, as well as the newest Philip DeFranco show right here. They even have links for both in the description for our Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, and wherever else you prefer to get fit.
Terry Moran, huh?
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the In Good Faith podcast. I'm your host, Philip DeFranco, and each week I talk to the most important people in the world about politics, finance, the news, and the state of America. And my guest today is Terry Moran. You may remember having seen him on the nightly news for over 20 years, or you might also remember him from the infamous Stephen Miller tweet where he said that Stephen was a world-class hater who is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred, and that his hatreds are his spiritual nourishment. He eats his hate. With him now out of the mainstream, and he's writing his own wonderful Substack. Today, we discuss the autocratic takeover of America, the military occupation of American cities, the crackdown on the free press, what it's like going solo, parenting, and obviously the most important question. It's caused quite a stir in recent weeks. Ketchup on hot dogs. It's one of my favorite episodes yet. I really hope you enjoy it as much as I did. If you haven't already, please follow the podcast to see or hear more. Give us 5 stars and leave a comment. Enjoy. So Terry, a question that has all of a sudden popped up. I didn't expect it to have as big of a reaction as it's had online, but you grew up in Chicago. A few weeks ago, President Obama fully comes out against ketchup, at the very least on a hot dog, maybe in general. Last week, I have Governor Pritzker on. He says, you absolutely do not put ketchup on a hot dog. I don't. What? I go mustard, but the reception to those statements, and it seems very much so
Ketchup
from
on a hot dog. That's what ketchup's
chaos.
for. What else would you use ketchup for?
So
Fries?
do you stick with your Chicago brethren here?
Tomatoes are good.
Or not?
All right, I go both ways, actually. And I do think, look, I was born in Chicago, grew up outside of Chicago. My dad was a South Sider. My mom was a North Sider. My dad a White Sox fan. My mom Cubs fan. My dad mustard, relish. My mom ketchup, celery salt. So I had the full range of things. And I will say this: Obama's a transplant Chicago. So I kind of think he's putting it on a little bit. Now, people are very militant about it, but when I was growing up there, it was more of a, excuse me, it was more of a tradition. Now it's like a badge of being Chicago. I think it's a bit of a put on. I was at a Cubs game a couple of weeks ago with my son. They won, which is, too rare these days. And, I had my hot dog. They don't do celery salt anymore, which was a Chicago thing. But the guy next to me, clearly a Chicago, he's a Cubs fan. He came in with like 3 hot dogs, ketchup all over him. And I was like, no, that's a Chicago one. It's not a commandment. It's a tradition. It's a good one. I like them both.
Okay. I mean, I think you might get some of the. I don't know if it's not the equivalent of like I like the Yankees and Mets guy. Like it's not that guy, but
growing up in a mixed marriage, right, with my dad the White Sox fan, my mom the Cubs fan. They had 10 kids, right, 7 boys, 3 girls. So whoever was good when you were like 8, 9, 10 years old, that was your team. So I've got brothers who are hardcore White Sox fan. When the Cubs won in 2016, I'm balling. Right? I'm thinking of my mom who would take me down to the games. And one of my brothers said, yeah, okay, it's good. We won.
Yeah, I'm originally from the Bronx. We were big Yankees fans growing up. Easiest time to be a baseball fan there. And now, as an adult, I'm like, you know what? Although the Jets prepped me. I like rooting for people that are losers. I like rooting for losers. That team, I don't know if they'll ever dig themselves out. So I've become a Chargers fan from being in LA for the last 15 years and the team moving there. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing. But I do want to talk a little bit about a more serious thing. I was on your Substack recently, and I saw that you actually went down to DC. Although I guess you're just an hour out
of Washington.
Yeah, I'm
DC.
out
Is
in
that correct?
Frederick. I spent 20 years of my life living in the city itself, and so that was something I was able to do. And as soon as the takeover happened, I was like, "What's it like there?"
Yeah, well, I mean, you play the clip several times, VP Vance saying, talk to the residents, and seemingly you were like, okay, let's do it, let's go out there. And, you talked to a variety of people, and they actually did have different experiences based off of, because, like a lot of places, even though when you're outside of it, it's usually cast as just one thing. It could be sometimes a few blocks, half a mile, very, very different situation. I wanted to ask you, going there, what was something or the things that stood out most with your conversations with the people that were living there?
It's interesting, Joe. The most important thing is the city has changed. It's different. When federal troops come to your city, and they probably will, if you're in a big city in the United States, it looks like that is the program of this administration going forward. If you're in Los Angeles, you've seen it. It changes things, right? It changes things most for people who are Latino, right? Whether they're here third, fourth, fifth generation in Los Angeles, they may predate the United States, their family, or whether you're here undocumented. Obviously, your life has been changed, but for everyone, really. Now, in different ways. I talked to people in the southeast part of the city, which has been, it's a great, historically black neighborhood, one of the great black neighborhoods in America, Anacostia, and really struggled with crime over the years. And, the guy I talked to is one of the community leaders there. He runs, he's the operating officer for the Anacostia Community Council. He said, we welcome people getting arrested who had outstanding warrants for guns or violent crimes, and the feds have helped with that. Now, federal government could have helped by not cutting DC's budget by $1 billion so that they could hire more cops, because they are understaffed on the police department. In other neighborhoods where they've had crime issues but they've gone down, as the statistics show, it's a different feeling. It's like, why are these troops on my street? I talked to a woman whose mom is Vietnamese, her dad American, and she's concerned about getting stopped at a checkpoint. She's concerned about her parents in their 80s now, dad struggling with dementia, coming in from across the river in Virginia. And what if they get stopped at a checkpoint? They get flustered. Her mom's Vietnamese. She's comfortable. She says, why am I thinking these thoughts? It changes the landscape. It changes the feel of the city. And the question is this the way to do it?
Gonna get something to eat real quick. I'll be right back.
To solve the problems that DC has, and is it the way to solve the problems any city has? Because, as I say, this is likely coming to a city near you. This is clearly the Trump program.
Well, I think that was what was really interesting. Is one of the gentlemen in your video was like, here's the thing: there is crime. Like there is crime. To your point, it's a more of a matter of like how we're doing it, what it looks like specifically on the streets. I've seen some reporting about where things are being implemented, whether it be checkpoints or people going through the streets, the visuals versus where the crime actually is, and that's been really interesting, because I think one thing that I try and talk about is like, okay, there's sometimes an extra focus on specifically murders, whether it be the total number or per capita, and then violent crimes in general. And right, the big point of contention, or I think where people keep missing it is, or not seeing eye to eye rather, is, hey, well, crime's going down, right? But also, there's still crime, right?
LS76 map, Mama Dulces.
And I feel like that's where a lot of people aren't meeting. Do you find that to be true, whether it be the people that are there or just generally speaking?
Yeah, less with the with the residents than in the country at large, because we live in a country now where every single issue gets filtered through our polarized kind of argument, and it's way up here, whereas life feels very, very different. And talking to several people, you did get a sense that crime is down, but crime is still a real problem in DC, especially in certain neighborhoods. Let me just give you the comparison, right? So in New York City, which is a city of just under 9 million people, they had, through the end of May, about 112 murders. That's exceptionally low for New York. DC, over the same period, had about 106, and it's a city of 700,000. DC has a crime problem. Now, it's down 30% from a couple of years ago, but it was crazy. I moved here right after the pandemic, and it felt like something had snapped in the city. The crime was crazy.
You know, I was living in a Northwest DC professional, overwhelmingly white, overwhelmingly Democratic neighborhood, and there's not much crime there at all. And there was somebody stabbed to death in front of the Target a block from my house. It was like, you know, the pandemic cooped everybody up. It kept kids out of school. It screwed up people's brains a lot. Gang activity increased, a lot more carjackings. And so that has decreased. But DC still has 100+ murders with 700,000 people, and New York has 100+ murders with 9 million. That's a crime problem.
Yeah, and it does feel like a lot of it is, and maybe where more of the conversation should be focused on, rather than getting kind of stuck in the weeds regarding is there a crime problem or not, is the how to deal with it, right? Which was something that gentleman hit on. And I mean, I'm even seeing in polling this morning that 81% of Americans think that crime is a major problem in large cities. Which what I love though about the statistics is perception of places and then perception of your own, right? So it's like this polling found that 81% think that crime's a major problem in large cities, 20% in small towns or rural areas, 66% in the United States in general. But when it comes to your own community, I mean, you've done this for so long. Where do you think the number might land if you haven't seen this one?
You know, is crime a problem in my community? I'm gonna say it's about a third.
24%, right? So drastically lower than the United States in general, large cities, and it makes me then want to go. I end up being a data nerd. I want to see where fully the sources is. This just came out, I want to say, like 20 minutes before we started talking. But it's so fascinating. And as someone that's been in the news space for so long, I mean, what are your thoughts regarding, like, in the media, what we do as far as the perception of what's happening in our country? Because there's what our lived experience, right, our community, and then there's just like the other world that's out there, but is closer than ever because of social media these days.
Yeah, that's a great point. Really, long before social media, if it bleeds, it leads. Right? That was how you got eyeballs. That was how you got ratings in local news, but increasingly in national news. I was at ABC News for 27+ years, and you could feel the shift as we chased a declining audience. And part of it was, you know, if there was crime that was dramatic, especially if there was video, you know, it got pretty high up in the news agenda. It's a big world. There's a lot of news out there, but if you got a good crime story, look at the true crime industry, right? People are interested in crime for good reasons. Certainly in local news, because you want to know, what's happening around you. It's about self-protection. And in national news, you kind of want to, or true crime, you kind of want to know what went wrong over there, and does it compare with anything in my life? So it's a self-protective instinct that gets fed upon by the media, because you'll get eyeballs, and eyeballs will watch a crime story. So does that overestimate crime? Well, you know, if you feel unsafe in your city or in your neighborhood particularly, I think that's one of the distinctions we're seeing. People tend to believe the best about their neighborhood because they're proud of it or they enjoy it, with few exceptions. The majority of people feel that way. But then they look around the city and they'll say, well, that part's not safe. I don't know those people, or, big cities are like that. But you want to make sure that you're safe. And if you don't feel safe, as one gentleman said to me, who I talked to, he said, if the murders in your neighborhood go down from 10 murders to 8 murders, that is no reason to have a party. You are still, not feeling good about that. So I think the media plays a role, but it is a real problem. And the other thing this guy said, and he's in this piece that I published on Substack, he said he appreciated the federal government, helping outstanding warrants, getting bad guys off the streets. But where are they when it comes to the flow of guns into D.C. and other cities? He says, we don't have any gun stores in Washington, D.C. All these guns, he said, are coming from red states, from Virginia, North Carolina. Virginia's kind of a purple state, but from North Carolina, and from Georgia, West Virginia. And he said these gun shows and even flea markets, almost informal exchanges of guns. The sellers know that the people who are buying guns in bulk are going to drive them up to the nearest cities, to Washington and Baltimore. He said that's a federal responsibility. Where are they? And so there are a lot of ways to address the problem. The problem's real. you don't feel safe, that's no good. You will demand action, and you deserve action. It's the United States of America. But let's face facts. One of the reasons, look what happened in Minneapolis yesterday. One of the reasons that we have, on Sunday, I should say, yesterday, one of the reasons we have such unsafe cities is the enormous amount of weaponry available to criminals, to crazy people, to angry people, to depressed people. It's out of control. And we don't want to face that, really. We've just given up on that. So it's a hard problem, but there's certainly a role for the media to play, except when you've got, those flashing lights on your local news and somebody who's an eyewitness, a heartbroken victim, you've got a story that people are going to watch. And that is part of the main diet of local news, certainly.
Do you feel like there is a focus on, well, what can we do locally about guns? Because there's kind of an understanding at this point that no matter how horrific the specific incident is, that Congress just will not act, that whether it be the voting base or the lobbying situation, that it's just Congress and it's because it's not even this specific administration, but just Congress and the presidency. They're not going to do it because it might be unpopular with half the country.
Yeah, or less than half. I mean, certainly the Republican Party is a block against any kind of gun regulation, although there have been talks, certainly about mental health and guns. And that is really the key part when you think of something like Minneapolis. How did that person get that kind of weaponry? Something is going wrong in a system when that happens. But there's more than that. It's the Supreme Court, right? Supreme Court has closed the door to most regulation by localities and states of guns. In D.C. versus Heller, which came out, more than 10 years ago, much more than 10 years ago, the court decided that the Second Amendment is an individual right to bear arms. And I think that sounds right to me. The subordinate clause, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the safety of the public or whatever, is descriptive. The right of the people to bear arms is part of the Constitution, but does that mean it's absolute? Right? You don't have an absolute right to free speech. You don't have an absolute right to all kinds of things. And that was the historic understanding. In a lot of places, cities in Texas banned guns in the state of Texas, in the state of Oklahoma. When? Back in the 1880s and 1890s, when they had gun problems in those cities, when they had murder problems in Dodge City and other places. In Wichita, there were ordinances on the books that you could not have a weapon in those cities. The history of gun ownership and gun regulation in America is much more complex than the cartoon version you get from the Supreme Court and from gun absolutists. There was more flexibility, more grease in the gears, more practicality. Right now we have ideologues in every level of government, and that makes actual governing under the Constitution much more difficult than our forefathers and foremothers found. They were able to do things that we aren't today because everybody looks at things in either or, black or white. That's actually not the way we've lived over the course of our country's history under the Constitution. It was a more flexible document than today.
Yeah, I mean, when you bring up the Supreme Court, it does make me immediately think, well, the Supreme Court and the First Amendment then pops into my mind with the flag burning executive order from Trump. I mean, right now, you've been doing this a while. You've been seeing things change. You've been seeing the Supreme Court change drastically over your career. I mean, it seems pretty obvious that the goal here is to get this to go to the Supreme Court. Do you think that where the Supreme Court is now, that we are going to see a changing of the understanding of what the First Amendment is in America?
When it comes to flag burning, I doubt it. Actually, it is.
Really?
Yeah, because there's a libertarian streak in people like Gorsuch and Kavanaugh and Roberts. I don't think they're going to overturn a decision. They might, though. They might, because I think here's the way I look at the Supreme Court on all these things. Look, Trump is pushing the envelope, to say the least. I would say we have to open our eyes and see what's actually happening. He is trying to overcome the Constitution's restraints on presidential power and trying to change the nature of the government we have. I don't think there's any question about that. And a lot of those things are being challenged. The Supreme Court is standing aside. Why? They haven't approved them at this point. I think he will lose some court battles, but it's clear they don't want this fight. So the greatest thing that the court ever did, the greatest thing American lawyers ever did, was Brown versus Board of Education. When the Supreme Court handed down a ruling in 1954 saying separate but equal education for our nation's children is unconstitutional. We aren't that country. Our founding document says it's unconstitutional. Now, who did that? On that court was a former governor of California, 3 former United States senators, a former representative in the state legislature of Kentucky, a former head of one of the most powerful agencies in the government, the SEC, 2 former attorneys general, and one of the leading public intellectuals in the country. They were men, they were all men of state. They had practical understanding, they had practical understanding of government, of politics, and they met the moment under the Constitution with that understanding. And they did the greatest thing that the court has ever done. They were practical people. The last person on the Supreme Court who had actually run for office was Sandra Day O'Connor. She had been a state legislator and had actually also run for the Supreme Court in Arizona, which is an elective office, and won. And that gave her a real tangible understanding of power and how it works. After she retired, the year after she retired, the Supreme Court handed down Citizens United, which said money is speech and you can't really regulate it in politics. She said she would have voted the other way because she had run for office and she knew that money wasn't speech. Money was money. And it's that kind of common sense understanding of how history works, of how the Constitution works in the real life, in government, that this court, which is made up entirely of federal lawyers, federal appellate lawyers, they have a little bit of courtroom experience. Basically, they're all Ivy League, except for Amy Coney Barrett, who's Notre Dame. They're all the front row kids, as somebody once said. And their actual grasp of how power is exercised, of how it's checked, of how the Constitution actually works. You think of somebody like Chief Justice Earl Warren, who was governor of California. He knows it. He knew how it felt to have that responsibility. This court shies away from it because they can't meet this moment, which is an exceptional historical moment, with the kind of hands-on experience that I believe it requires in their judging under the Constitution. And so they're ducking it, and they're being as small bore as possible, because that's who they are.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess connected to that, do you see what we're dealing with right now from this administration as, I mean, I know Bill Maher mentioned it a long time ago, kind of this slow roll coup, this authoritarian power grab. Is that what it is, or do you think that's taking it too far? Are we even past that question?
Yeah, that's what it is. I do think the fundamental challenge for every American right now is to look at what's happening and name it. Okay, I've been in 86 countries around the world. I've seen countries slip into autocracy in the Balkans, in Hungary, in Poland, in Russia. The first time I visited Russia first time as a reporter was in 1998, 99. And I've been there probably 12, 15 times since then. And you could feel that Putin was the author of all this. One of the most important facts to remember in the 21st century is that Vladimir Putin was a lawyer. He doesn't need the thugs in the basement of the gulag, right? He can do it with law and twisting the meaning of law and bringing the force of whatever power he's got through that misapplication or twisting of the law to look like what he's doing is normal. And the walls closed in. I could feel it in my colleagues and friends in Russia that they started being worried for me, that I would speak out, that I would get in an argument. And they certainly didn't if certain people were around. Poland, the same thing. Your life gets smaller, is what one of my Polish friends said to me, when a government that is autocratic takes over. I mean, look at how Trump brings the hammer of federal power down on anyone he doesn't like, on any institution who displeases him. You tell me what that is. I think that's somebody who wants to be the strong man, right? Not under the Constitution, but beyond the boundaries of the Constitution. What president ever thought of going after news media, universities, law firms, demanding they do personal work for him if they don't get their ship in order, as he sees it? What we're seeing is no question what other countries have seen a lot, what our founding fathers predicted would happen. that a great strong man would arise. Not great in the good sense, but great in the power sense, right? Trump is the most dominant figure of our age around the world. Don't underestimate him. He is a world historical figure. And
To
he
us.
is the man that we were warned about by the founders, that democracies fall when a man who can captivate the populace wants to exercise the power that's there in the government. And that is what we're watching.
Well, when you mention that of as far as his competency, I mean, he seems more of like the energy and this bulk thing, and it feels. I mean, I know you have a history, we'll call it, with Stephen Miller. I mean, is Stephen Miller in your eyes maybe the one that's actually running the country? Is I mean, because when I see a lot of what's happening, I just think a lot of this is his baby, his playbook.
I think you're absolutely right. Like, Stephen Miller is both, as I said, a world-class hater, something that I said as a reporter. I mean, it seemed to me that is, name the thing in front of you, right? That's your job as a journalist, it's your job as a citizen. And so I thought that was fair, accurate, and true. ABC disagreed, and here we are. But more important, of course, he's the brains, as I said in that tweet. Said he's the brains. He translates Trump's impulses into policy. Trump is a man with an impulsive, is he smart? I kind of have always thought there's many ways of being a smart human being as there are human beings, right? And what he does is he's able to project his desires, his plans, his vision for the country through his own personality, and with people like Stephen Miller, who can translate that vision, that instinct he's got, the kind of America he wants to rule, into policy. Russell Vought at the Office of Management and Budget, Director of Office of Management and Budget, who was very instrumental in putting together Project 2025. That is a crackerjack piece of work. I mean, I think it's a dangerous piece of work. I think we're living that danger. But if you look at Project 2025, and I wish I had more before the election. I took a look at like a couple of things, but I didn't read it cover to cover. Every crack, every crevice, every crease in every law that might have granted from Congress a little power to the president, they've blown open. They've blown open and asserted maximal authority through what Congress never expected in terms of emergency declarations, in terms of immigration law, in terms of foreign policy, all kinds of things. And they're expert at it. Those are the orders that he's signing they were ready to go. And as a result, you have an extremely efficient Trumpism. Trump won, at the end of the day, wasn't that big of a deal in terms of the history of the presidency. I mean, he's a dominant political figure. He's the dominant political figure of our time. We live in the age of Trump politically. But as president, in his first term, there were too many people who stopped him from doing what he wanted to do, and not enough to say, okay, I get it, boss. Here's how we twist this law to let you do it. So now, from the jump, they had the plan, and they are executing on that plan. And I think people don't want to look at it. They don't want to think it's happening here. The rest of the world looks at us and they say, oh, that's happening to them now. And they're heartbroken, but they didn't think it would.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a mixture of that. I think there's a lot of, well, either I have so much going on in my life, I want to focus on that, or I have to focus on that, as well as, yeah, to your point, people, well, actually, so three things, as well as people going, what else can I do? People that have, they saw Project 2025, they were shouting it from the rooftops, and people going, you're being crazy. Even to the point of now, he's like, a lot of people are saying they actually might want a dictator. He's hit on these notes before, but it's just normalizing it. And then I end up in conversations. I don't know the people that you find yourself around. I try to be around a lot of diverse thinkers these days, even if I don't understand where they're coming from. That will say, you know what, maybe we do need that hammer, that period of a decade to break stuff, strong man, put it all together. And I'm like, but the problem with that is, who is in that position and goes, well, I'm out. I'm out after 10 years. I mean, that's just one of the problems. The fact that it even gets to that place is horrifying. But do you find yourself through talking to people, interviewing people, are you finding people are wanting a strong man?
That's a really good characterization of how people are. My own feeling about where we are politically is that the best kept secret in American life today is that most people are still normal. meaning they aren't obsessing about politics. They're getting along with their lives.
Yep.
They take a look at it when they need to, inform themselves as they need to. And I do think, look, one of the blessings of living here in Frederick, Maryland.
I went to the protest, which only a few thousand people went to.
Downtown DC, and
most people don't give a flying fuck.
I went from
I know they
place in
don't.
Northwest DC. It was probably 92%.
I think it protects us in a way that most of humanity doesn't give a flying fuck what happens in politics. Maybe it's a good thing.
Neighbors and the parents
if we were all at each other's throats over this.
Are Trump supporters, and some of them quite enthusiastically. I walked down to the bus stop, and there's a fella down there, very, very much so. And one of the gratifying things when I got fired by ABC, several of those people, my neighbor right next door, comes running across. He says, Terry, I just want to let you know I'm a Trump supporter. And I was like, yeah, Sean, I didn't know from the sign on your lawn, but and he said, I think what happened to you is wrong. I don't agree with what you said, but you shouldn't get fired for it. And there's much more nuance in the way people live politics, right? 130, 150 million people vote in this country, and there's much more nuance in how they go about making their decisions. And yes, I know people who think,
oh cool, there's like a storm.
It was out of control. I think COVID broke, and how the government responded to COVID broke people in deep, deep ways. Too much lockdown. That one of the reasons we're out here. My kids were out of school for almost a year and a half. People. I mean, just a quick digression on that.
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning of COVID, I talked to a guy who was active in the HIV/AIDS prevention epidemic back in the 80s, right? In the early 80s, when I was alive, and it was a scary thing to be a young person at that time, because the AIDS was stalking, nightclubs and all the kinds of places the kids hang out. And, he was leading efforts in San Francisco to do that. And he said to me when COVID hit, he said, the lesson we learned, don't lecture people. Don't judge people. Don't talk down to them. Don't force them. Empower them to make the right decision. And he said, they'd stand outside the nightclubs and the bathhouses with little literature and a condom and say, you might want to take a look at this. And our public health authorities and our media and a lot of the major institutions of this country took the exact opposite approach. Judging people, condemning people, closing schools forever, right? I mean, it was, what part of what Trumpism is a reaction to that. So people did get broken by it, didn't trust the establishment. COVID was one of the reasons that happened. But are they signing on entirely for the end of our constitutional governance as we know it? I am confident that is not the case, and they will make pragmatic decisions.
I have 155 for all the stuff I did. I love this season. It's so good. Hey, I finished my first page. Yeah. I'll take the atoms. That's always the best. Lunch boxes are good. Oh, some of these I have to do on other characters. Okay. I love this song. Okay, so what else do I do? Maybe this was enough to make the tools I need. I don't know. So I don't have to hunt anymore. Okay, on to the next weekly. Harvest a wild plant or fungi. That one's good. Wild plants are easy enough. Gold star daily and kill blood eagles. Let's go get the blood eagles done. Wild plants are easy enough. I'll go to what's it called? The Silva Homestead. Because the corn is really fast. It'll just get me up to the weekly done. They're boiling all these like MMOs down to like their own little bite-sized pieces where you do like the weekly, and you're supposed to pay your little $100 fees, and you're supposed to pay like $300 to $500 a year to just have your like yearlies running all the time. Which honestly, in terms of the yearly, in terms of yearlies, that's not actually that bad. Been thinking like, you know, WoW sub wouldn't be bad, or like an Xbox sub. Just do a sub every month, and then for a while I had those services. Yeah, just do a different new sub every month. Like right now I have a Mortal sub that's like just sitting there that I'm not using because it's just toxic. It's fucking toxic. It takes forever to do anything in Mortal. And then they kill you when you get there. And I'm fucking done with free-for-all. I've got to remind myself. You know? The games, they've got to be better now. I'd rather just fuck around in Once Human and just like main that and just sit on 76 and Starfield in the background. I've been wanting to buy, I know that I want to buy Starfield mods, and that does make me happy, so I might do that. I might spend, rather than buy Borderlands 4, I might just buy Starfield mods, you know? Every 3 months or so, your guys' viewership and subs and follows and bits, don't forget about the bits, are all so generous. And you know, it's like even for like, you know, for a working streamer or whatever, it's like actually pretty generous. And I really love you guys. Thank you so much. And I am seeing that a lot of these games don't really need to be paid for. Like if they let you play them, they don't really need to be paid for. And they're fun to play in their own little weird ways. I guess I would be more interested, like, see, like I'm just kind of hopping games. Maybe I should go work on some No Man's Sky just purely because I don't know it. You know, and get, you know, I saw that you can get followers that do all the space battle for you. And I was thinking it might be fun to just space truck around making money as a space trucker. Let's look at beginner hauling for No Man's Sky, because I could sit in No Man's Sky for a bit. They did really like juice it up like recently with that private ship. I came here because I'm going to pick corn. Or, I'm sorry, is it wheat? Well, yeah, corn. No, it is wild corn. Wild planter fungi is very easy if you come here. This is a good, nice place for that. And there it is. So, now what? You know, technically I should be doing some of these on my main because the loot is worthless on custom. It's like completely worthless, but the loot is of worth to my main. Seasons, challenges, seasons. Let's go to seasons again because I have like 40 more points. Ah, the expensive foosball table. This is probably a good item though. It probably gives you, how deep does this go? Does it go on for a while? Oh my god. God damn, it just keeps on going. Something's just happened. I'm gonna go check. I love this song. Oh, here's a gameplay demo from Oh, the frames are terrible. I think I like Tiny Tina Wonderlands more than this. I'm sure it's good. But at night, the light looks really good, and like it really does light up the room.